Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
I cannot identify the areas where I am a leader. So I left at my people's skills and the way I relate to people and how I present myself and draw information from others as well, and simultaneously how successful I have been in business. On the same note, I said I am done with the corporate life. What would I like to do in the future is be a leader of momentum. That's what I like to do.
You see, every dimension, I wanted to offer something to the world. This one dimension, still I am not able to start. I wanted a group of people to become management gurus. I am not interested that they should be under my organization. Some of you guys should pick up all the ideas I am teaching in your own language, start teaching in various parts of the world. See, I am like a ocean, too much. You take something which strongly clicks with you, you can't replicate all the things which I am teaching in these 21 days. Nobody can replicate. I can. But there are some things which has completely clicked with you, which you can assemble and create 2-3 days programs, workshops. Go around and start teaching. Have your own brand. You don't even need to mention my name. Just be management guru. You will bring so much of respect and life to Vedic tradition. Because whatever I am teaching is from the Vedic source. You don't need to mention my name, but mention the Vedic tradition name. Give the credit to the Vedic tradition. I'll really be happy if some of you guys become a management gurus. At least I wanted some 1,000 management gurus based on this Gita and Vedic tradition and whatever I am teaching. Hope you will be one. You all can think in your life. See, apart from your regular job, you can start doing weekend workshops. Today, you put your own way, whatever you learned or I expressed, you can just revolutionize the corporate world. Don't stop you drinking this nectar. Sprinkle at least on few people. Just like I have a huge wing of healers and teachers, satsang centers, I really feel, and of course, I don't expect these corporate gurus to be in under my label. If you guys wanted to be under my label, great, no problem. But if you are interested in doing something on your own, do it. Nothing wrong. Let these ideas reach more and more people and places. People and places, and you sprinkle this nectar on more and more people. See, when you give like this 2-day workshop, you may not be able to completely enlighten them forever and all. But what you teach may be creating 3 weeks effect. That itself is a great. It's not a joke. If somebody is highly enthusiastic and energetic for 3 weeks, it's a great contribution. You added to them. Come on, anybody else? What all you guys feel you can do?
Same thing what you are telling, same thing was going on in my inner space, Swamiji. I just want to be an acharya. The way you express, like that means when we speak something, it should hit the other person's being like, I don't want to sit and take notes or refer some books and all. The truth, what I imbibe from you, should become my bio memory. Like when I speak something, it should hit the other being.
See, just if you sit and listen to what I am talking in awareness, you can see the words I am using is moving your being, you see.
You can literally feel so much the energy
Literally,
words.
the words I am uttering, God, He is hitting on the right spot. And all of you should know, I don't know English till 8 years before. I picked up English just like that, but that is a mystery. Forget about it. That's different part. If you see my discourses 9 years, 8 years before, I come, you understand, we talk. That's all. No, when I first went to US, they wanted to have a translator. Even I wanted to have a translator. My first discourse was supposed to be in San Jose, public discourse. Some 30 people gathered. They wanted to have a translator. That they asked me, you speak in Tamil better? We will have a translator. I also said, all right. One day previous to my discourse. That day morning I got up from my bed and said, no, I am going to speak on my own. The organizer said, no, Swamiji, we have told too much about you to people. We promoted you too much. I said, nothing doing. I am going to talk. Simply I started, that's all. That's my first speech in English in San Jose. First time I spoke in English coherently, or I think I have spoken coherently. Before that, 1 or 2 ASPs I tried in Bangalore, nothing worked out. I used to have one devotee who will supply English sentence for me. I'll ask again and again and talk. That's the way I was managing. That also was just few people, 1 or 2, and like a homegrown papaya, homegrown pumpkin. Whatever you grown in your home, you put it in a garage sale. That's the way I started. Whole mission I have started like a garage sale. Just chewing these great truths again and again. Manana. Internalizing, applying, makes Nididhyasana, expression, radiation.
My longing desire is to become an Acharya, Swamiji.
Now, to be an Acharya, my first thing, the word Acharya means the person who is teaching what he is practicing. Guru does not need to practice what he is teaching, but an Acharya need to practice. So go on internalizing what you are teaching. That's enough.
I was thinking of workplace as an opportunity. One thing I did notice at workplace, it is not just leadership, but also probably follower qualities. So it was unclear to me.
No. A perfect follower is a perfect leader.
So you are basically saying that both the qualities are one and essentially one flowers the other one.
That's all. You know how I train my brahmacharis or brahmacharinis? Just pick them up. They may be from a village, don't know anything. I just dump them into the field. Tell them, go and die. Don't come back. I will not give you my blessing. You will be successful and all. Just go and die. Disappear. That is the training of Kalabhairava. But I tell you, in 2 months, this fellow somehow swim, jump, cross, roll, and stand up. When they stand up, I see the confidence they radiate. Understand? Life explodes in you only when you have survival threat. Don't live anywhere where you don't have survival threat. Where you don't have survival threat. I tell you, my organization and me, we are under attack for last 2 years. But this is the best time for me and my organization. We have grown 20 times more as individuals than any other training, I tell you. Please understand. My sannyasis, my brahmacharis, even if I have trained them 20 years, they wouldn't have grown to this level. Now, their capability to handle the public, their capability to handle themselves, and their own conviction about the spiritual life, God, even if I spent 20 years with them, I wouldn't have been successful in giving this kind of training. Understand? Now I can see the strong conviction they have and the way they live and they handle and the way they evolve. Even 2 days before I told them, let there be enough of suffering for you fellows till you become complete leaders. Sometime you don't know, ma. Sometime, only when there is a survival threat, you stand up. When you don't have big problems, you make problems for yourself. The problems which you make for yourself is comparison. When you really have real problems, you don't create pseudo problems for yourself. When you don't have the real problems, you create pseudo problems for you. The pseudo problems you create for yourself is comparison.
Pranam Swamiji. So my conflicting desire is to grow in the company, have more salary, have more material comforts, and at the same time, there is a desire to also become an ashramite.
I think it is not self-conflicting. It is not self-contradicting. Okay. Of course, in a way, if you count the bank balance in your account, it is self-conflicting. He says that one side he has a desire for high salary and all that. The other side he has a deep desire to become ashramite. He's suffering with this conflict. Come on. Anybody else? Any other self-conflicting, contradicting desires?
Swamiji, I have something similar to what he said. I dream of, getting into the corporate world back and become, identify myself as a leader and make a tremendous difference to that company and, grow career-wise, financially, in every way. At the same time, I feel, why should I get back to the corporate? I am happy watching you every night, doing all the samyamas. I am so blissful in that.
What I am saying, this can be actually united. What he asked at least can't be united directly. But what you are saying, you can watch every night Patanjali Yoga Sutra and do samyama blissfully and become a leader. What you are saying is more or less like a superficially contradicting.
But when you are working, you won't have time to do all this.
No, I think it is more or less like in the initial level contradiction. You think corporate leaders work? No. They golf and make money. You see, if you work and make money, you are a servant in corporate circle. If you golf and make money, you are a corporate leader. So I think little more you need to know the philosophy of corporates. Nothing else. Come on.
I have one conflict. Inside me, I am very clear. My goal is enlightenment, but at implementation level, I have some conflict. I am an entrepreneur. I am responsible for the shareholders and of my employees.
See, I have a very big confusion. What do you guys mean by conflict between the enlightenment and your entrepreneurship? You think the enlightenment is something separate? And completely you need to turn somewhere and there will be some huge hill, you have to climb on that and sit, then suddenly something happens to your brain and you become enlightened, and it is just some inner space that is no way conflicting to any of the corporate or entrepreneurship you do. See, I am running a huge company. Non-profit finally end of the day, that is different. How many people you feed per month? Tell me.
I have 30 employees.
30 employees.
And family.
I have 3,000. Per month, 3,000 people are dependent on me. Don't you understand? I am talking about all numbers put together. All our paid staff, all our unpaid staff, all our volunteers, and all our ashramites, and all the losers. which is thinking that they are supporting my mission and creating lot of conflict and problems. So all these put together, 3,000 people per month I have to support. You understand? So you are supporting only 30. I am supporting 3,000. See, some 2,000 people create the Sangha and the other 1,000 are just here to create disturbance. But I have to support all 3,000. So, no way the goal of enlightenment, having enlightenment, progressing towards enlightenment can be in conflict with any of your corporate affairs.
Swamiji, my conflict is more at implementation. I also believe that, or at least I strongly feel, I have to work for the mission, at least with as much time as possible.
If you are creating a corporate company and serving the society, that I can say it is equivalent to my mission. Even if you come inside the ashram, what will I tell you? See my rishis. I am telling them, no, create the wealth, no problem. Side by side, the remaining little time, listen to my ideas and I'll create the right mental setup. That's all. For example, if you come tomorrow and become a rishi in the ashram, day after tomorrow I'll tell you, please run the company, same company, that's all. I may add Nitya or Ananda in the name of the company, that's all, somewhere in one corner. I won't even ask the ownership. I won't even ask you the proprietorship. I'll tell you, no, you run. I am telling you, creating wealth, honestly, is direct social service. Don't worry, you saying that, oh, I am getting paid, how can this be social service? There are so many thieves, robbers, burglars, grabbing, stealing the wealth from society. When you are not doing any of that, and if you are honestly creating wealth, you are doing social service. I am defining social service, please understand. If you are honestly creating, contributing, and creating wealth, you are social worker. You are doing my mission. Don't worry about becoming ashramite or anything else. Don't need to have conflict. You are already my ashramite. If you are creating honestly wealth by contributing to society, so you don't need to worry about that at all. Even if you become ashramite, you understand. Day after tomorrow, I'll tell you to do the same thing. See, all my rishis who became rishis, I asked them, what is the profession you are best at? Carry on that. You understand? Only the unmarried brahmacharis who came in, for them I choose department and train and all that. But for the rishis, I tell them to choose. Come on, pick up something for profit. For profit is not crime. Crime is only grabbing, swindling, robbing. That only is crime. Honestly working and creating, contributing is social service. What else you think? What else you think is a social service? So you don't need to have conflict at all. I am defining social service. Please understand. If you are an honest doctor, making lot of money by treating patients, you are doing social service. If you are an honest lawyer, very difficult, I know, but I am saying, honestly working, doing your service and making money, you are doing social service. You are an honest entrepreneur, making lot of money by contributing, creating, you are doing social service. What else you want? A social service. And it has nothing, no conflict with enlightenment. Be very clear. Enlightenment is nothing but a certain mental setup which is completely ironed out, which does not shrink or become wrinkled even during worst happenings of your life. Please understand. This is the definition. Enlightenment is nothing but a mental setup, ironed mental setup, which does not become wrinkled or shrinking even during worst incidents of your life. That's all. Nothing else. Relax from the different ideas you have about enlightenment. Oh, enlightenment means I think I will have long hair like Swamiji. No, people do have all these crazy ideas. And they have many crazy ideas. I will have two horns. No, even I am not having. I have only one horn. That's a mic. So, relax from all these self-contradicting ideas. So now I am defining enlightenment. Enlightenment is nothing but having complete ironed mental setup which does not wrinkle or shrink even during the worst incidents of your life. That's all.
We don't trust. The restful awareness can give rest. We always tend to believe rest means forgetting things, being irresponsible, foregoing the things you need to attend. The inability, irresponsibility, or non-attentiveness, non-attending is associated with rest. Unfortunately, you know only one rest, that is which is falling into the unconsciousness, sleep, where you don't care about things, where your complete decision not to care about things becomes predominant. Please understand. You do not know any other rest. It's so pathetic. Human beings do not know any other state for resting other than sleep. That is why always, if you want to take rest, you want to throw away things. You strongly believe irresponsibility and non-attending or disowning is the only way for rest. No. The moment you start believing disowning is the only way for rest, non-attending is the only way for rest, naturally your being likes to rest. So, it will always decide to let go, means let the past and future do whatever it wants in the mind. Let me rest. Please understand. Awareness, trying to live in the present, looks like a load on you because of your belief system. Why you don't want to live in the present? Even though you know the benefit. You know the benefit. If you have lived 10 minutes in the present, you know how many benefits. How you are alive, aware, excited, intense, passionate, and joyful, successful. You know it, but you decide not to live in present because you have a deep, strong belief present means stress, Awareness means load. Till you remind your biomemory strongly, awareness means restfulness. Being in the present means deep relaxation. Till you remind your biomemory, make your biomemory understand, awareness means restfulness. Being in the present means utter relaxation. I don't know how much you are going to take, how much time and how much energy you are going to take to remind your system, awareness means restful awareness. Being in the present means deeply relaxed. All the knots being shattered. That understanding, that clarity is a basic necessity for you to consciously decide to get enlightened, to live in the present moment. The problem is not just your intellectual understanding level. See, there are some problems which can be cleared just by the intellectual understanding. But the problem related to laziness, this is the deepest layer of laziness, the subtlest printout which you carry in your mind, blueprint which you carry in your mind about the past, present, future. This is one of the most dangerous blueprint you carry. Please understand, most dangerous blueprint means living in the present is stress, just being pushed and pulled by the past and future is relaxation. I can define the meaning of ignorance. Ignorance means believing, floating in the past and future is relaxation. Being in the present is stressful effort. This is ignorance.
Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vijigupsati. When you give problem to other person, be very sure, is it going to make him weak or strong? I tell you, just this one truth, stand with it. You will manage everything in your life. You will manage everything in your life. Everything in your life will just strengthen you. Strengthen you. It will be just from strength to strength to strength to strength. In southern part of Tamil Nadu, there are some trees. Even if they get buried by natural calamity, in course of time they become stones. They don't just get disintegrated. It's called Kalmaram in Tamil language. If you go to Tiruvakkarai, Pondicherry, you will see those trees which has become stone. Even if they are buried, they don't get disintegrated, they become stone. Understand, it's a stuff out of which you are made. Your belief about you, that decides whether you are going to be disintegrated by getting buried or you are going to become a stone. whether you are going to be buried or you are going to be in Jiva Samadhi. It is decided based on the concept you have about your Jiva. Even while you are living, that feeling that I can be violated, I will be violated, will constantly be like, I think I am getting violated. If you repeat, I can be, I will be, I may be, I think I am. That's the way it ends up. Just remember this one thing. Nothing can violate you. Sadasiva Brahmendra, one of the greatest saint, Siddha of modern era, his Samadhi is in Karur. Near Karur there is a small village called Nerur. In that village his Samadhi is there. When I went to his Samadhi, he gave me a grass as a blessing. That grass was this pure understanding that I cannot be violated. Meditate on this. Think about it. Stop reducing the idea about you to the level you can be violated. If you think you are the few thousand rupee or few $100 in your purse, just somebody stealing, picking up your purse, you will feel violated. Or if you think your name and fame is your personality, just somebody looking at you without respect, you will feel violated. If somebody looks at you, immediately you will feel violated. Understand, it is how you identify yourself that decides whether you will be violated or not. Whoever feels I can never be violated is my disciples. Understand? I am defining who is my disciple. Whoever decides I cannot be violated, I'll never be violated, I am beyond any violation, you are Shiva Gana. You are embodying Mahadeva. Mahadeva is a principle. He is form also. Whoever catches that principle, your form is Mahadeva's form. Your form becomes Mahadeva's form. You will be radiating the grace of Mahadeva, the beauty of Mahadeva. The beauty of Shiva, the beauty of Mahadeva, the grace of Shiva, the grace of Isha. Your delusion that the time spent while you are in your body is your time is wrong. It is not your time. It was not your time. It was perceived by you with your broken, beaten, abused cognition. Listen. your cognition is not complete cognition till integrity and authenticity and responsibility and enriching becomes the basis of your cognition. Till then, your cognition is nothing but confusion. Never you can develop your life as long as you think whatever has happened in the past and perceived by you as the past is yours. No. Not owning which you can't own, owning which you can own is life. Unfortunately, you try to own which you can't own, not own what you are supposed to own. Your future time you are supposed to own, but you don't own. You do not take responsibility for it, you don't own it. You don't take ownership for it. Your past, which you can't own, you continue to own continuously. Because your mind teaches you, known is right. Freedom from the known is the real freedom. Just because it is known, don't think you can own. You are supposed to own for your future. You are the owner of your future. You should take ownership for your future. But 90% of your thoughts look in. It is all about past. When I see a person, I can tell based on his eyes, the expression of his eyes, whether he is lost in the past or looking towards the future. The eyes which has no power means lost in the past. Which you are supposed to be a owner, which you are supposed to be owning, you don't take ownership. Your energy does not even flow towards it. Some things which you can't own, you try to go on owning it, owning it, owning it, your past. You might have lived with her for 50 years. She might have been your first and last love. You would have had a most romantic life with her. Even then, you cannot keep her dead body more than few hours with you. This is exactly the way you behave with your past. Wake up. Just because she was your beloved, you lived with her for years, she was fulfilling all your dreams, and you had a romantic relationship. She was part of you, and you had an amazing life, love, living together. She was your first and last love. don't forget the truth. You cannot keep her dead body. Once she is dead, you have to bury her body. It is time you bury her body. It is time give a farewell to her. Constantly you trying to brood over about your failures. When you try to brood over about your failures, you empower your failures. Already you have planned your future is going to be failure. One of the biggest delusion human beings suffer is the future comes out of past. I tell you, future comes out of past, not out of past. Future comes out of past, not out of past. I'll give you some of the important sacred secrets on your inner space and its patterns are possibility. Please listen. Whether your inner space is pattern or possibility, I tell you, you can easily understand whether you are established in pattern or your possibility by looking at the results you produce by your actions. Results you have as your inner and outer reality of your life are a real reflection of the inner space you are carrying, which is either a space of pattern or space of possibility. You need to understand. The result you produce based on that, you can very clearly see, find out whether you are established in the space of patterns or possibility. I wanted to expand on the same subject continuously so many days, because when I expand on the same subject so many days, from every angle you understand. One more thing, I am not an entertainment show, I am an entrainment show. So I will have to constantly repeat till you reach what you are supposed to reach. Sometimes some of the truths should be constantly repeated, constantly reminded, constantly settled. I tell you, the best way to reach the completion is never allow the pattern to stand up to get the second beating. Before the fellow stands up, beat again. Please understand. The biggest problem we have is, today we complete, and if we feel complete, great, then we take rest. Till the next time again the patterns comes up and we feel suffocated. That is wrong. Even if you feel complete, continue the completion process by digging out, digging out, digging out. Is there any other incompletion? Is there any other ideas I carry as impossible? Please understand, if you are not able to fly, that is incompletion with your ability to fly. If you are not able to disappear in the air, that is incompletion with your ability to disappear. Ahima, Anima, Mahima, Lahima, Karima. There is a 8 major siddhis, means you can become as heavy as mountain, you can become as light as an atom. There are 8 siddhis: Anima, Mahima, Karima, Lahima, Ishitvam, Vashitvam. Even in these 8 siddhis, if any one siddhi is not expressing through you, you have incompletion with that siddhi. Start completing. Understand what I am saying? Just because you feel light, relieved in your heart, the suffocations are less in your heart, don't think completion is done. Feeling that no suffocation is the first step of completion. With this, you get the signal you are in the right direction. The board Bangalore 97 km is not Bangalore. The moment you see board Bangalore 97 km, you say, come on, great. And you just lie down and put your tent and start cooking and eating and rolling on the road. No. The board 97 km is not Bangalore itself. Same way, the relief you find during the completion for first few days is not end of completion. Completion should be carried till you become enlightened. Understand? Till you feel you are one with the space of Nithyanandoham. So it's a very powerful kriya for insomnia cure. If you do this kriya and fall asleep, 2 things will happen. Not only you will have a deep sleep, you will not have any dreams, disturbances by dreams. And next day, your quality of day and quality of consciousness both will be very, very high. So, understand? First step, kulpaucha vishanasya ataha yatkrameena samahitaha patanguštau karabhyancha drutvacha prishta deshataha jalantaram samasatya nasakram avalokayet Batrasanam bhavet etat sarva vyadi vinashakam. Translation. Place the heels crosswise under the genitals attentively. Cross the hands behind the back and take hold of the toes of the feet. Fix the gaze on the tip of the nose, having previously adopted the mudra called Jalantara. This is Bhadrasana, which destroys all sorts of diseases. Geranda Samhita, Upadesha, 9th, Upadesha 2nd, and 9th and 10th verses. Yes. Now I will guide you step by step. First, please place the heels crosswise under the genitals. Sit like this. Hold the feet with the hands. And now, please understand, using the hand knee joints, push the leg. Using the hand knee joints, these 2 parts, push the leg. Push as much as you can. At least 10 times. Or you can do like this also, like butterfly. Do it 10 times. Stop. And again 10 times. Stop. Again 10 times. Again 10 times. Next step, Jalantara. Kantashankochanam Krutva Chipukam Kritaye Nyaset Jalantare Krite Bande Shodasa Adara Bandhanam. Contracting the throat, place the chin on the chest. This is called Jalantara Bandha. Means just keep this chin on the chest. Don't allow any movement through the throat. Just you can even visualize certain sacred syllables like Shiva, Ram, Hreem, any of the sacred sounds in your throat and lock it. Hold as long as you can. When you can't hold, release very slowly. Again hold. Do this 16 times. Hold. When you feel you can't hold anymore, relax. Again hold. Again relax. Do this 16 times. Actually, if you do it, even now you may feel like sleeping. Such a powerful process. It will induce the sleep immediately. Means put your body into the restful awareness. In Bhadrasana, doing Jalandhara Bandha means locking the throat and putting the chin on the chest. Lock, hold as long as you can, then again release, again lock. This technique is very useful even for brahmacharya. Now the next step. Next step is Nabo Mudra. Yatra yatra stitaha yogi sarvakaryeshu sarvada urdhva jihvaha stiraha bhutva dharayet pavanam sata nabo mudra bhavet yesha yoginam roganashinihi. Wherever the yogi may be, he should always be, in everything he does, be sure to keep the tongue turned upwards and constantly hold the breath. Please understand? Tongue turning and upwards. Turn the tongue, roll it, and push it up. And hold the breath. With closed eyes, hold the breath. Again, you see, same
Pranayama techniques only. At different level, I am asking you to hold. When you hold here, the experience in the body will be different. When you hold in the tongue, the experience will be different. Now hold in the tongue. As long as you can. When you can't hold anymore, hold at least few seconds more. Then relax. Again hold. Do the same. Do this Nabo Mudra at least 16 times. Next step, Bastrika. Please understand, this is the last step.
Once you finish this, your whole body will fall into the restful awareness. It's a very powerful step. Vastraiva loha karananam yata kramena sampramet tata vayuncha nasabhyam upabhyam chalayet shanaihi. Translation: as the bellows of the ironsmith constantly dilate and contract, similarly, let him slowly draw in the air by both nostrils and expand the stomach, then throw it out quickly, the wind making sound like bellows. Please understand? Now I'll give the instruction. Just like ironsmith, air bellow, dilating and contracting, inhale through both nostrils, expand the stomach, and then throw it out quickly. I'll show you. Keep your mouths shut tight. I'll show you completely. Please listen. See it first. Try to keep the mouth shut and tight. Blow it away only through nose, because blowing through mouth is another one kriya. It is separate. Now don't do that. Inhale. Let your stomach expand. Throw it out quickly. Now do it very slowly. First inhale very slowly. Let your stomach expand. Suddenly blow it out quickly. Do this 21 times. Inhale. Expand the stomach. Suddenly blow it out quickly. Do it again and again. Actually, this Kriya will directly cure insomnia. And after this, please drink the water, little water. Say especially the kids, couples who don't have kids. If you have a glass of milk and put the Gauri Shankar Rudraksha in it, before the Kriya, drop the Gauri Shankar Rudraksha in a glass of milk, drink, end of the Kriya, I can say very clearly, within a month, you will conceive. And this Kriya, along with a glass of milk, don't swallow the Rudraksha, keep the Rudraksha, Gauri Shankar, the glass of milk, drink the milk. Both should drink the milk. Husband, wife, both should drink the milk. Anyhow, now practice this Kriya directly. This will heal, cure insomnia. It will take away the sleeplessness.
Any fellow feels the ownership. Let me describe. Ownership is formed without any bone structure by continuous action. Your actions are like flowers. Ownership is like a thread. If the ownership thread is used and actions are stitched and tied, it is ego, garland of ego. Never the real ownership happens in that way. Real ownership is flowers are arranged so thoroughly in such packed way, it looks like a garland without the thread. Is ownership. The ownership I feel, there is no separate thread of ownership running. Continuous actions performed so meticulously, perfectly, constantly creates the feeling as if all these flowers are looking like garland, but they are not tied. If there is a thread, it is false ego. In a normal man, he feels the ownership, I am doing, then does less action. That's why more thread is seen, less flowers are there. 25-meter thread, in the end and the beginning, one flower. That is the garland all you fellows are wearing. Because the whole energy is spent on ownership. Thread is the ownership. A real ownership is constant actions done in perfection. Yogaha karmasu kauchalam. Constant actions performed in perfection, in continuum, creates the feeling of ownership for others, not for you, is real ownership. But the ownership Arjuna is having is one flower in the beginning, one flower in the end, 25-meter thread. By the time you reach that, both flowers are withered away. Your ownership is flowerless garland. Drop that. Real ownership is felt by others by your continuous action. Perfection continuum. Before even taking cognizance of somebody's surrender, the first prima facie requirement is perfection. Before even taking somebody's surrender into cognizance, the prima facie requirement I look into is perfection. Feeling of ownership, which Arjuna is carrying, not only useless, dangerous. In feeling of ownership, actions are never tied properly. Please understand, 2-inch thick thread, rope cannot be used to make jasmine garland. The ego itself becomes so thick, jasmine cannot stay with it. and the ego cannot bend for action. Jasmine is too fragile. It's perfect, but too fragile. Your ego will hurt the action. Your feeling of ownership abuses the very fundamental of the action. Real feeling of ownership is felt by others by the perfection of your action, but never felt by you. Bhagavan gives the next command: having given up your affliction. Give up. A personality like Bhagavan, when he says Nirashir Nirmamo Bhutva, Arjuna, still sitting with his long face and continue to let Bhagavan talk. Bhagavan is using his whole energy, finally giving a last word. Nirmamo Bhutva means without having fear about your higher identity, higher self, disrespecting your lower self. Unless you disrespect your lower identity, you will not catch your higher existence. If a child or a pet urinates on you, that you want to just get rid of it, clean yourself. Exactly. If you have the same mood towards your lower self and non-fear, not having fear about the higher self, happen to your higher self. Understand? You happening to your higher self, you making yourself available to your higher self, is the essence. Be unavailable, lower self, available to your higher self, enter into the battle. Yudhyasva Vigatachwaraha. Understand? Your everyday life is a battle. Take this as a direct initiation from Bhagavan. Lay down all the effect, side effect, after effect of actions. Don't carry the perverted, indirect, false, long hope. Relax from the iron chain feeling of ownership. Give up your affliction. Don't be afraid of the higher self. Disrespect the lower self. Enter into the life. Enter into the battle. Responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all happenings in and around you in your life. Let me repeat once more. Responsibility means living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all the happenings. Because you are the source of all the happenings in and around you in your life, you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you in your life. I feel like I am taking the inner awakening next level. In and around you. So you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you. Now clear? It's so beautiful to drill this tattva into your bone marrow. When you take the responsibility not just for your image about others, but also others' image about you,
you expand. I tell you, you express miracle powers in you. This is the science of siddhis. I'll give you one example. If you want the miracle power of floating on the water, first do one thing. Collect few people with whom your anyakara, your image about them is complete and their image about you is complete. Means either you fulfill what they expect from you or you complete what they expect from you. The complete alignment is there. So sit as a group and declare to them authentically with integrity, I am going to float on the water. Please understand. Keeping Kala Bhairava as witness, I am teaching you the science of miracles. Have few people with whom you are complete and they are complete with you and declare, I am going to float on the water. Authentically decide you are going to do it. I promise that power will start expressing from you. Because all miracle powers start expressing when your image about others and others' image about you is complete in your life. Don't imagine immediately, oh, these are all remote things, not for me. No. I am talking about possibility. Straight possibility, not impossibility. There is nothing impossible. When I am possible, there is no impossible. No, I'm not giving this as a quotation for clapping and just dumping it in a Facebook. No. It's for you. When I am possible, how can be impossible? Anything be impossible. I, the greatest miracle of life. That is why I love me so much. I don't want to lose me. That's the biggest thing I have in my life. This is the biggest thing. All of you know, you are the biggest thing for you. You don't want to lose that. When that biggest thing has happened, when I am possible, how can anything be impossible? For example, if I say, I'll give you the power of floating in the water, will you give up on you? Will you give your life? Will you die? You will say naturally, no. It means what? Then you are the bigger possibility than floating on the water. Am I right? When you have that itself, how can the floating on the water be impossible? Tell me. See, I tell you, all right, I'll give you the power to float on the water. Please die, commit suicide. Will you do? You won't. Because you know that me, I am the biggest possibility. I am the biggest happening. How can I give up that just for floating on the water? Then, when that big possibility itself has happened, why can't the floating on the water can happen? This is a science of miracles, understand? When I have, please understand, whenever I have the disciples who are complete with me and I am complete with them, anything I declare immediately becomes reality. Why sometime after Kalabhairava declares it takes few days for it to become reality? Because the receiver may not be complete. So little completion is required. But Kalabhairava takes the responsibility even for his incompletion and gives that as a boon. At least after the boon is delivered, he should make himself complete. Understand? If Kalabhairava says, it'll happen when it happens, then he may do 10 miracles out of 100 reading. But if he declares date, time and everything, he will do 80 miracles out of 100 readings. But the 20 failure is the biggest, the largest way he can stretch his hand is stretched. And they missed. Clear? He can be integrated, but he will not be authentic. Anybody has a doubt? Sometime Kalabhairava blessed, and that day exactly it has not happened. It's still getting delayed. Understand, this is the tattva, truth. Understand? I'm not justifying, I'm just telling you the truth. I am not justifying, I am just justing. Justifying happens after failure, adjusting happens before entering, justing happens to be the truth. Adjusting, justifying, justing. Usually, you take responsibility based on your understanding of the peak of your energy. I wanted to make you very clear. I wanted to declare it and make you understand. When I started this Sangha, even though I declared it will become an international organization, that was not the peak of my energy at that time. But I declared authentically and decided to stretch me to that. Usually we take responsibility based on our understanding of peak of energy. It is actually other way around. When you take responsibility with integrity and authenticity, the peak of your energy just expands and fulfill the responsibility you have taken up.
Psychoanalysis is the solution given to the levels of the problems of the beings by the philosophers. But the solution never works. If you are bored, totally, if you are tired of going through the same psychoanalysis, if you yourself decide that I have become all right, then you are all right, that's all. There is no other way of solving it. Enlightenment is the solution for the being level problems by the mystics. Philosophers give the solution of psychoanalysis. Mystics give the solution of enlightenment. enlightenment means not analyzing, just throwing away. Analyzing your dustbin, is it going to help you? Analyzing your dustbin, is it going to clear you? Analyzing your dustbin is not going to make. To solve the issues, if you want to clean your house, if you put everything from the dustbin, start analyzing it. Is it going to clear your house? Is your house is going to become clean? No. Only by throwing the things totally away, merging into the ananda, ecstasy, the problems are going to be solved. The three things. For a physical problem, they make the energy to come from inside. For mental problem, they teach you how to switch it off. For the being level problem, they put you in the ecstasy or the bliss. The solution from the mystics is total. Solutions from philosophers is intellectual. But for the logical mind, if you look superficially, the healing system born out of logical things feels like good. The education system born out of logical mind feels like good. The solution for the being level problems, psychoanalysis, feels very good because they are the established systems. Mediocre things always flourish because mass is always mediocre. The mystical things are never for mass, it is only for very few intelligent people. For mystical things, you need to have little patience. You need to go through it. You need to allow the process to happen. You cannot just jump. But mind is monkey. Mind is totally restless. It wants instant. A small story. 3 monkeys. They got 1 mango. All the 3 wants to share the mango. How can 1 mango be shared by 3 monkeys? They went to a master for solution. Master said, all right, all the 3 of you, plant this mango. Once the mango tree comes, you will have lot of mangoes. You can satisfy your whole life by eating the mangoes. These 3 monkeys thought, all right. They planted. 1 monkey took the responsibility of pouring water. The other monkey putting the manual. 3rd monkey, security. 6 months, they did their job religiously. But unfortunately, the seed has never sprouted. The tree has never happened. They went to the master to complain. What did you teach? What has happened? We have lost even that 1 mango. Why did you give such an idea for us? The master called all the 3 of them, started inquiry. What has happened? First monkey said, every day religiously I poured water morning 6 o'clock. I stopped even going for a morning walk, but I poured water religiously. Second monkey, every day evening 4 o'clock I put the manual. I stopped even going to the gym. Doing this religiously I did. I do not know what has happened. Third monkey, 24 hours I was standing there as a security. I never even went for my dating. I was there as a security. Not only I was standing there as a security, every day at least once I digged out and saw whether it is sprouted or not. You need to give little space for a mango to sprout. Not only water, space for the mango to sprout. Your very urgency, your very restlessness will not let the mango to sprout. With mystics, you need to give little bit of space, little bit of time to let the meditation work in you, to let their presence work in you. If you want the plastic rose, it will be available ready-made. But if you want the original rose, you need to wait for a few days so that it can flower. If you get from the market cut rose, don't think it's original rose. When I say original rose, I say the rose with the plant. You need to wait for a few days. So you need to wait. But mind is such, we are not ready to wait. The restlessness, that is why we take the solutions given by philosophers. We take the solutions given by logic mind. When you take the solutions of the logic mind, the philosophy, you solve it only superficially. When you take the solutions given by the mystics, not only you solve it, you dissolve it. Your very personality transforms. Your very being undergoes a new alchemy. Man becomes divine. Man just reaches the ultimate flowering. Just you become enlightened. Your consciousness takes a new dimension. You reach a different space. With philosophy, you will be solving your problems every day. With mysticism, you will be dissolving your problems once for all. So, it is up to us to desire philosophy or mysticism. Let you understand this. Let this understanding lead you to be in, become one with the
freedom is, the real freedom is freedom from unstable mind. By teaching the wrong idea of freedom, they destroyed in all the fields we are specialized. How is it possible a 14-year-old boy can repeat 2 lakh verses? In India it was possible. Just before we were invaded by the British fanatics, every village will have a Vedic school where 14-year-old child will recite at least 1 Veda, 2 Veda, which is like a 2 lakh verse, 3 lakh verse. Because the specialization, understand, the specialization, the moment you are born in a Brahmin family, the child knows till death you are going to be doing only this, better let us specialize now than later. In a carpenter family, when a child is born, it knows whole life we are going to be working with wood. Better let us specialize now than later. All the artists whom I have, all of them, of course, now they are 30, 40, all of them have learnt the art from their parents from the age of 3 or 4. They started playing with the tools of their father, their parents. See, before 14 only, you make the right mamakara right ahankara, right anyakara, right swa anyakara, all that. No, the specialization is destroyed. When the stability is removed, in every field, we had so much of specialization. See, in the modern day, Western, especially American civilization, nowhere you can bind people to be stable. You see, only in a stable stone you can carve the carvings which will be available for, which will be alive for eternity. Anything which gives way, which is not stable, whatever you make in it will not be long, will not be alive forever. Anything, you see, mud gives way, but anything you make out of mud will not be there more than few hundred years. Anything which is stable, on that what you carve only will be alive forever. In Vedic tradition, in Hindu tradition, we learnt the process, method of how to keep human beings stable and carve the best things out of them. Our community system made human beings like rock. The moment you are born in a Brahmin family, you know your whole life this is what is going to be you are doing. So better learn all the four Vedas as early as possible. So that stability made geniuses happen. Same way, if you are born in a Stapati family, Stapati means an architect, traditional architect, they know till death you are going to be doing this, better learn it as early as possible. Concepts of freedom made human beings like a mud. Out of mud you cannot make anything permanent, anything eternal, anything great. The times of Vedic tradition, once somebody enters the monastery, he knows this is his life till end. Better live it. If you go out, you don't have life. Then the stable, great masters are created. But now all you guys have too much of freedom, the pseudo freedom. So every once in 2 days you plan, do I have that choice, that choice, that choice? That is why even the married life lost stability. In any field, excellence is experienced only through stability. Not just physical alone, showing the mental stability. Whether you want to excel in business, see, even when you want to excel in business, if you want to excel in the construction field, you should show the tremendous stability in that field to all your clients and to the society. Only based on your stability, more and more projects will come to you. If you are a lawyer, the stability you show, there are some lawyers who never go to court. To get jamin, they go to fish market. They think jamin is available in fish market. The The stability you show, you demonstrate in the court, in your arguments, that makes you excel as a lawyer. If you want to be a successful doctor, the stability you show in the profession, the thousands of surgeries you have done successfully, creates a track record for you. What is track record? It is nothing but the stability you show. Whether you want to excel in spirituality or outer world, the stability you need to show. And stability you show leads to excellence. Even in sannyas, the stability you show, even once, if a horse runs away, you can't use that horse anymore. You can't trust that horse and get onto it. Because when you are on the horse, if it starts running away, what will you do? And same way, a sannyasi, even once he utters the word that I am leaving, over, he can't be trusted anymore. In everything, the stability is basic for the excellence. Saint Peter says the love is the rock on which his church will stand. I tell you, stability is the rock on which my Sangha will stand. Stability. Because all qualities can be trained. You can be trained into love. You can be trained into spirituality. You can be trained into integrity. You can be trained into authenticity. You can be trained into responsibility. You can be trained into enriching. You can be trained into enlightenment itself. But only when you decide to be stable.
When you grow, your family, parents, university, society, everything teaches you to be rational, to be logical, to analyze, to question, to do everything after inquiring. It is good for your outer world businesses. If you are going to buy something, you need to question, you need to inquire, you need to decide what is the worthy of that product, what's the worth of that product, is it worthy of what you are paying, are you getting enough returns. If you are doing a business, it's beautiful. You need to be logical, you need to be analyzing, you need to be calculating. The society which teaches you, which taught you to be logical in the outer world, did not teach you to trust in the inner world. See, your life is not completely outer world. There are many things in your life which you need to approach with a different approach. They taught you all the ideas, they gave you all the instructions, they helped you to sharpen your logic, but they never helped you to sharpen your other dimension, to deepen the dimension of love, trust, existence, overflowing, just accepting, relaxing. These dimensions are never taught. You neither understood nor experienced the other dimensions. Even now, in your mind you will be sitting and calculating, will I get what for I came? I am here, driving more than 1 hour. Let me just see, will I be able to receive something for that 1 hour effort which I put, or I am spending 2 hours here, I don't know what I am going to get. Constantly calculating mind, constantly analyzing mind. Your logic is so sharp, your logic is encouraged by society so much. Constantly you look for what will I get, what will I get, what will I get. But the big problem is just that urge, what will I get, is occupying your inner space so much, you don't have a place to keep if you get some good experiences. When a beautiful experience happens to you, you don't have a place to keep it because your inner space is filled with anxiety. What will I get? What will I get? What will I get? It's filled with anxiety. It's filled with the thought, what will I get? Person is constantly goal-oriented will never be able to experience. Beautiful things happen around him. Even now, just take a few minutes and relax. And do not plan or think. Do not think too much, what will I get? I am sitting here for last 1 hour. I came from all the way. What am I going to gain? Your mind will be constantly planning, thinking. Relax few minutes and just feel. Okay. It's a playful way. Let us see what is there. Being logical, constantly asking for what next, what next, what next. It's a beautiful sloka by Shankara. Tatakim, tatakim, tatakim. What next, what next, what next. You lose the whole beauty of life.
Please listen. Anything which you don't understand in the life, where your logic is not ready to penetrate, be very clear, it is simply incompletion which your logic does not want to see. Listen. Anything in your life you don't understand, you are not able to grasp, is the incompletion which you don't want to look in. Your consciousness by its nature is Swabhava Swayam Prakasa, by its nature self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasa, self-shining. So there is no such thing which you can't understand in the life. Whether it is which graha moving where, which star moving which direction, or how to use your remote control and operate the TV in front of you, or the various aspects of the electronic gadget which you newly bought. Anything, please understand, anything, your logic is Swayam Prakasa to locate. to look. Whether understanding a law book or understanding a musical instrument or understanding some truths about botany or biology or zoology, understand the truth is your consciousness is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasa. Your ignorance is not inability, it is your decision not to look into that truth. Please understand, never label your ignorance as your inability. No. Every problem you should do a right postmortem so that we can avoid that next time. Every accident we should do the right postmortem so that we should avoid that, we can develop system to avoid that later. Don't say, oh, after all he is dead, what is there, leave it. No. Do postmortem and learn the lessons. Same way. Every problem you have, do postmortem and have right intelligence. Do postmortem and have right intelligence. Do postmortem and have right intelligence. Your ignorance is not your inability. It is your decision not to look in. Your incompletion, your decision not to look in. Understand, your decision not to look in is your ignorance. I wanted to repeat it. Your ignorance is your choice. At least have right understanding about your wrong understandings. If you have the right understanding about your wrong understanding, we can complete it. Why you don't want to look into something is second. But know very clearly your ignorance is the area you don't want to look in, not your inability to look in. Please understand. When you understand, there is no zone you don't want to look in. There is no incompletion. Your pure self-effulgence is fully alive and ready to look into anything and understand anything. No incompletion stops you. You are Sarvagnya. Understand, Sarvagnya does not mean he knows everything. He can know everything. Understand the difference. This is one of the biggest confusion Hindus go on entertaining, infused by the stupid Western intellectuals. We have so many Sarvagnyas existed in our tradition, all-knowers. They have established so many Sarvagnya Pitas. Western intellectuals always question, if your ancestors are all-knowers, Sarvagnyas, why they did not invent train? So many questions they ask. First thing you should know, it is not that they have not invented, they have not patented, that's all. Second thing you need to know, you should understand the context properly, the word, the meaning, all-knower properly, they can know anything they want. When Ubay Bharati asked Shankaracharya about the secrets, knowledge about the physical relationship, he did not immediately have that knowledge, but he could straight get it. He can just one ray of his energy into somebody's body and see the whole action, signs, what happens in and out, and able to explain the whole thing to Ubay Bharati. Understand? It means being a celibate by birth, but not out of any incompletions towards sex. He is simply able to look in. It means he doesn't have incompletion. He has not become celibate because of any incompletions. He has not become celibate because of any incompletions. That is the beauty of the brahmacharya in Vedic tradition. Brahmacharya in Vedic tradition. If he has become a brahmachari, celibate, due to some incompletions with the sex, he cannot just straight look into that science and answer Ubay Bharati's questions. The moment Ubay Bharati saw Shankara, the motherliness in her was awakened. Like the Meenakshi, representative of Meenakshi, the Pandya queen, Mangayarkarasi, when she saw Jnanasambandhar, immediately she felt the motherliness. Mangayarkarasi was basically from Chola kingdom. She was married to Pandya king. Ubay Bharati, even though she felt that motherliness, she somehow wanted to win Shankara for the sake of her husband. But the moment she put the question, simply Shankara was able to look into, through Kashi Raja's body, he sent one ray of himself into Kashi Raja's body. Understand? The pure consciousness. When you don't have incompletion and want to look into, you can just look into any one person's brain or look through any body. Usually that is what I do. If I wanted to have knowledge about any subject, I'll pick up that book, just concentrate on the knowledge of that author, the thought trend of that author, download it, absorb, and throw the rest. Not for pride. Even now I am telling you, I challenge, get me any book in the world, whether it is about astronomy, astrology, gemology, zoology, botany, biology, law, anything. In few hours, I'll give you the essence, thought trend of the whole book. Because in Vedic tradition, when you don't have incompletions, you can look into anything. You can know anything. not having incompletions to know anything is what we call sarvagnya.
You need to understand an important thing. Your mind is universe. Universe is your mind. Even though Shiva doesn't give you any intellectual theories, concepts separately, he gives all the truth when he gives the techniques. It's an important thing you need to understand. The key or the essence of this sutra is mind and universe are one and the same. What you think as mind and what is universe, what you perceive as universe, both are one and the same. Please understand. Sometime, because of your pain or suffering, you may say, how can this universe be directly connected to my mind, Swamiji? That is independent and my mind is separate. Whether you understand or not, truth is truth. A small story. One rabbi, after his retirement from the service, he went to hotel, want to fulfill his lifelong fantasy of eating pork. Somehow he couldn't control himself. He went to the hotel, chose a corner, he sat in a corner, ordered for pork. He was waiting and fighting with his conscience. Not only was waiting and fighting with his conscience. As things will happen, one family from his congregation entered the hotel. According to Jews, nobody should eat alone. So naturally they straight came to the rabbi's table and sat in his table to share the food. In 5 minutes, waiter brought the big plate, opened the lid to reveal the roast suckling pig with a big full apple, baked apple in the mouth. They were shocked. And Rabbi also showed as if he shocked, and he started shouting, see, this place, you just order for a baked apple and what you get. You just order for a baked apple and what do you get? You may use these words to escape from others, but you can't escape from yourself. And after it comes, you may think you are not ordered, or you may act you are not ordered, but nothing is served to you unless you order. Your mind and the universe both are directly connected. What you enjoy, what you get from this universe is nothing but your mind. Shiva says in the last sutra, he says your mind stops. Now he says the universe stops. Your mind and the universe. In Vedanta, we have a beautiful word, drishti srishti and srishti drishti. Drishti srishti and srishti drishti. Srishti drishti means what is you see. That's what we all believe. We are seeing what is. But drishti srishti means you create what you want to see. You create what you want to see. It's a little deeper level truth, difficult to understand with our ordinary logic, but truth. Whenever the mind stops, universe stops. Raman Maharshi explains this concept beautifully, this truth. Raman Maharshi explains beautifully. Whenever your mind is not functioning, the world is not functioning. The world will not function. You can see in your life. When you are in the dream space, that looks as reality. When you are in this space, this looks as reality. When you are here, this looks as reality. When you are in dream space, that space looks as a reality. When you are in deep sleep, nothing is reality. Neither dream world nor this world. Let it be very clear, whenever you enter into the dream world,
Drishti Srishti, Srishti Drishti. Drishti Srishti. Drishti means seeing. Srishti means creation. Sometimes you believe what is, the creation is, and you are seeing it, which most of us cognize most of the time. Most of us always feel it is there, I am seeing, so I am caught, I don't know what to do. Feeling powerless. You put all the blame on what is. It is there, what can I do? Please understand. When you cognize, it is there, I am seeing, already you are lost. You lost the game. You are starting the losing war, losing battle. It is like you trying to conquer your wife by argument. No. It can never happen. It can never happen. You may be a great liar. I have seen great liars. You can be great liar in the court, convincing any judge with any argument. But you can't win the argument in the house. The moment you cognize what is perceived by me, the possibility for transformation is closed. The possibility for enlightenment is closed. But good news is, it is not true. Please understand, the moment you cognize what is seen by you, bad news is the possibility for enlightenment is closed. Possibility for transformation is closed. Good news is, it is not true. You are not seeing what is. You are only seeing what you want. It is always drishti srishti. You create what you want. It is not you see what is, you create what you want. But so unfortunate, human beings are in a space of such an unfortunate level. Very strongly you believe what is only is perceived by you. Especially when you cross 35, 40, when the possibility for new way of thinking becomes difficult, and already with the old way of thinking you built your personality. Now, if you change those basic truths, you have to change your whole existence. You have to change your whole life, which is too much. Please understand, your every suffering and every ignorance is because of your decision which you made due to some other vested interests. Why you do not want the transformation? Because transformation means now literally the earth on which you are standing for last 40, 50 years will shake. Many things with which you consoled yourself as you are a success. That's one of the biggest delusion we create around us. We cannot bear the truth that we are not success. So we have to constantly make us believe we are success. To make us believe we are success internally, we go on planning, looking, altering, and continuously convince us to believe the ideas with which we built the life is right. See, so many people of my age and my colleagues are all, don't have all these things. I have all this, so I am successful. But one corner of your mind laughs at you. No. But the other side, no, I am successful. It's a complete, you don't know which side to support. The person who finally lands into the utter confusion, which side can I support? One part of me claims and consoles me I am success. One part of me claims and condemns me as a failure. Which part can I support? If you are in utter confusion, be very clear. The seeking has started in you. If you have not yet faced the confusion, the possibility for transformation is not yet opened. First thing any person has to face in the life for enlightenment is the utter confusion. Am I successful being or am I failure? As long as you are convinced, you see what exists, you will not have this confusion. And we are also afraid of entering into the confusion. We do not want to rock the boat. No. It's all going well. Why unnecessarily create problem? You do not want to come to terms with the reality. You do not want to take any argument which is raising in you to the logical conclusion. Please understand, how many of you cognize, how many of you postpone taking any logical arguments in you to the logical conclusion? When the arguments raise, you postpone it, you push it aside. You don't want to take it to a logical conclusion. You suppress it. You push it under the carpet. How many of you do this in your life? Raise your hand. It's life. Look in. Anything you push it under the carpet without taking to the logical conclusion becomes mechanism which restrains your possibility. Please understand. The pattern of not reaching the logical conclusion is what I call life imprisonment. It is life imprisonment. Constantly pushing things under the carpet, under the carpet, under the carpet. You don't understand. Under your carpet now a big volcano is there. You are sitting on a volcano. How will you be in rest? How will you be in restful awareness? That is why you are not able to sit with you. I have seen people who are not able to sit with themselves. Understand? Now I will explain. Dharana Dhyana Samadhi is the best story I found to explain the Dharana Dhyana Samadhi. Dharana means the object on which you are concentrating or putting your awareness. The stuff out of which you are made and the object, the stuff out of which the object is made. These two feels connected. That is dharana. There is an example in Vedanta. KAILASA. If you pour the oil from one cup to another cup, how in an unbroken way the oil flows. Same way the mind flows. That is called dharana. The stuff out of which your mind is made and the stuff out of which the object is made, both of them lose their boundary and merge or come closer. It is called dhyana. The stuff out of which your mind is made and the stuff out of which the object is made, both of them lose their identity completely into something else from which both of them came out is samadhi. So the difference between dharana, dhyana, samadhi, a clear technical understanding is required before you proceed and experience those states. Understand, only after Ishwaratva is achieved and clutching is possible. When you sit with the cognition, you are responsible for everything. You have the intuition to do the right actions in future, and you complete your past. The beauty is you realize the Ishwaratva is your very nature. Constantly the Ishwaratva, being leader, the leadership consciousness is your very inner space. When you feel leadership consciousness, Ishwaratva in your inner space, life becomes miraculous. That is what I call completion with you and the world. Only then you can sit unclutched in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. when you feel you are responsible for everything, suddenly you will start looking into the truth. You will start looking into the solution. You will start seeing the possibility for the solution. But only when you take the responsibility, you find the solution. I tell you, in every situation, take responsibility. You will have the leadership consciousness happening through you. I tell you, when you take responsibility, the leadership consciousness starts oozing out. I tell you, when you take responsibility, you are in the space of achieving it, doing it. When you are in the space of responsibility, your verbalization, visualization, inner space, everything supports you. Whole universe supports you, because universe experiences its fulfillment through the cognitions which feels responsible. When you don't feel responsible, you are dropped in the ocean. When you feel responsible, you are ocean in the drop. Now I can see how the leadership consciousness expresses when you take responsibility. Listen. Even if you take one step towards the responsibility, Cosmos takes 1,000 steps taking responsibility for you. When you take the responsibility, the cosmic hologram opens in you. Please understand the principle of hologram. When you see the whole, you will see an image. When you go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, even the smallest bit will be the same image. When you see the whole sheet, it will be the same image. When you go into, dissect, you will see the same image till the end. Macrocosm is in microcosm, microcosm is in macrocosm, is hologram. Cosmos is built on the structure of hologram. You are the microcosmic hologram of the macrocosmic diagram. The microcosmic hologram is awakened the moment you take the responsibility. Feel responsible. After you feel responsible for everything, the disciplehood happens in you is trustworthy disciplehood. Till you feel you are responsible for everything, any decision you make, even if you feel you are surrendering, it can't be trusted. You are dangerous. You may be falling at the feet just to pull the feet, pull the leg, not to worship, not just for your job, wealth and family. When you feel responsible for whatever is happening with your knowledge, you become man. When you feel responsible for whatever is happening beyond your knowledge, you become God. when you feel responsible even for the avyakta, unmanifested, you become God. Achieving divinity means feeling responsible. Feeling constantly responsible. Responsibility changes the way you think. It changes the way you perceive. It changes the way you feel. It changes the way you are. Responsibility changes everything. The way you internalize life. Responsibility changes the way you internalize life. You start internalizing with the idea of solving. Biggest question we have now in our mind, how can I be responsible? Everything happening around me. I can be held responsible what is happening inside me. How can I be held responsible for what is happening outside me? For example, if an accident happens in my life, how can I be responsible? Everybody asks this question. ध्यान से सुनिए. Let me answer you. Person who does not feel responsible even for his actions is an animal, lives in a very low consciousness. Person who feels responsible for his actions is a human being, lives in a middle level consciousness. Person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine, lives in leadership consciousness, Ishwaratva. Sometime you may not be reason for some happenings, but if it is affecting your life, you are responsible for that happenings. Just because you are not reason as per your logic, you can't say you are not responsible in truth. You may think, how can you be responsible? You need to know, unless you take responsibility, neither you are going to improve the situation nor going to expand in the inner space. Vivekananda says very beautifully, take responsibility, more and more your shoulders will become stronger and stronger. In any field, freedom is the basic condition for growth. Responsibility brings the experience of freedom. With responsibility, your consciousness expands. He lives in the space of leadership consciousness, Ishvara. Ishvara. every one of us are greedy for powers leaders have, powers God's higher souls have, but unfortunately, no one wants to take the responsibility for it. I tell you, world has abundance. Neither the wealth nor the extraordinary powers are restricted when you take responsibility, when you start becoming responsible. Powers, wealth, spiritual powers, all the auspicious things starts expressing through you intensely. Responsibility expands your possibilities. Let me define responsibility. Responding to the world from the best possibility is responsibility. Responding to you and to the world from the best possibility is responsibility. Responsibility not only awakens leadership qualities in you, it awakens leadership consciousness in you. ध्यान से सुनिए, qualities are different, consciousness is different. In the corporate life, in the outer world, if you are taking responsibility for some position, post, you may express leadership qualities, but when you take responsibility for everything happening in and around you, you express leadership consciousness. When you expand your commitments and the responsibilities you hold in your being for yourself goes on expanding and expressing all the possibilities. Either you react or respond. You only have two ways of relating with the world. If you feel you are not responsible, you react. If you feel you are responsible, you respond. When all your actions are responding, you are a karma yogi. No karma binds you. You are living in completion, expressing completion. When you feel you are not responsible, you react. Reacting puts you in bondage. Reacting keeps you in incompletion. Only when you express all the possibilities out of liberation cognition, you are living your life. Life is lived when Jivan Mukta Sambhavana becomes your lifestyle. The space of possibility, space of leadership, I tell you, nothing else is required for you to be a leader. Just leadership consciousness is enough. When Vivekananda walked length and breadth of India, he did not have anything other than leadership consciousness in his life. But wherever he went, kings washed his feet, gave their own thrones for him to sit, received his blessings, guidance, requested for his spiritual support. Leadership consciousness is independent, intelligent, cannot be hidden from others. Once you have it, whole world will know you have it. Simply, world listens to you. You do not need any power, political strength, infrastructure for the world to know you are a leader. Even if you walk in the street, you will stand tall, man among men. And the world will respect you. Responsibility makes you realize all possibility. It is leadership consciousness which brings not just success, fulfillment in you. I tell you, I have seen thousands of politicians who are having power without having the state of leadership consciousness. It is responsibility makes you realize all possibility. Sometimes people sit in the throne or get the power, become power center without having the suffering in suffocation due to the power. They never enjoy the power. Unless you achieve the status becomes liability. Status binds you and brings suffering to others if you have not achieved the state. The state of responsibility, state of the leader, Ishwaratva, leadership consciousness has to be achieved first.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory. KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, These facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info